going on? I like a kind of insane last weekish. Try to see what I've done. When's the last time I streamed? Four days ago? That was only 4 days ago? Dude, oh my god. So yeah. I just had two, like, really annoying exams. And also, like, I'm not really the type of person to, like, go to class or, like, do any work besides right before the test. And so, like, yeah. Yeah, I just like, woke up. Like, I didn't really sleep that much the last 2 days, so I just, like, took a nap. But, like, I'm back. I gotta get on my sleep schedule. And I really got to grind. Like, let me bring back the light counter. Quick counter. Hope it saved my state. There we go. But yeah. Scheiße, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So this type of time, like right now, in the exams, I'll have a few days for Christmas, and then going off of the Georgia Tech academic calendar, I have weeks where I can just work the entire day. Looking at so I have one more exam, but it's kind of free on Tuesday or Wednesday. Today is the 6th. So I have until, so there's a month until school starts. So I'll have, give me a day. So we have like 30 days. Make it 29 to study for my exam. And I'll be going for Christmas from like the 22nd to maybe maybe like the 28th. So what is that? Like 23 days. I have 23 entire days just to grind stuff. And so that's really my chance to make a lot of progress on this FPGA project. To finish some books to prepare for next semester. I have a pretty hard semester next time. I'll probably read a book, another book on operating systems. I'll also probably read some of the other books. I know. Going here. Dude, my mouse is like cooked. This is done. Be nice to finish this one and finish this one. I read some of this during Thanksgiving as well. Maybe I could finish one of these. Would be kind of nice. I should also probably keep reading this Kubernetes book. But yeah. So it was about a year ago, probably to the date approximately, where I actually started not being horrible at programming. Yeah, almost. Wow. Well. Maybe even less than that. Right around December of last year, kind of like going into 2024, is where I actually started being serious about getting better at programming. That's crazy, dude. I was sitting in this, effectively this exact room, working on, I believe, like the Gleam programming language, and that's like when I first started reading this Rust book, the C programming language book as well. And right before Credit Karma is where I was reading these. This is this semester. That's kind of crazy. But yeah. If I keep this pace for the next, 40 years, I'll probably be quite insane at programming. I've also said like a few times, increment that. So yeah. Close it out good in December and just continue this. And I've only been getting better as this year has gone on. Like, we some of these projects in the beginning are kind of dead and a bit trivial as well. Yeah. Wow, man. That was like my first. It's like a BS README update, effectively, but that was April 3rd. Gleam is in here. Coming home from work. Got lazy in July, apparently. And then this semester. Request, a lot of requests. Web. Jeez. That's just a fork. And punt engine in this October to November range. I also just did a presentation on punt engine with the trading club. We just wrapped up our like semester summit or whatever. So yeah. So that's part of the motivation for working on this now. Also the fact I have like 2 big interviews. Sorry, I said like again. I have 2 insane interviews coming up. One working in Haskell with like Linux drivers and such, and another working with like Kubernetes, but with like physics sims or something. So like I really gotta clutch up. I also probably need to do LeetCode. Perhaps I can just instead do Advent of code, because like I don't know, I'm not really a good LeetCoder, honestly. I don't really do much of that. But yeah, I was at this meeting, I was talking to some guys, and they have like a software implementation of this order book of a, what do you call this? It's just called an order book. It's how you maintain the state of an order book, I guess. And so I think it's actually, you can actually implement it in hardware reasonably. So let's just do that. Let's put this order book top.hs. Go ahead and git checkout -b order book. So the way this works, I'm not actually certain, but you have a circular buffer that is indexed by the price, and you just set a size. You index by the price and your quantity. The value at each index is the quantity at that price. I'm trying to think how this should be designed. Let's quickly look at a Clash example, Haskell. Trying to recall the file size, the like boilerplate off the top. Let's go to GitHub. GitHub.com/clashlearning. Or we set a global. Do you already have a global zoom on? A global browser zoom so you can see it. Clash cores? Oh. So they already have some implementations of cores. Huh. That's actually kind of dope. Wait, this is actually very nice. No way. GM2? This is actually quite useful. Lattice semi. Line coding, 8-bit, 10-bit, CRC, UART. No, this is quite impressive. AB 10B, not really sure what much of that is. Wow, so this is wrapping. I got a F map. So this is wrapping something else. I'm not too confident on how this works. Gig, Ethernet, PCS, PMA. We can definitely use this to see copyright Google LLC. Right. I'm surprised to see that. Google is using Clash and Haskell. Cube logic. GM2 to SGM2. It's kind of curious. Or maybe the copyright is of the wrapped core. I'm not too sure. So this wraps GMI. So you have these clock domains. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm not too confident on how this is linked to the core. Or like where that is important. Or perhaps it's... No, these are the exports. Yeah, I don't really know, bro. But we can always use this for the file type. For the file boilerplate. So let's just copy these pragmas. Not too certain about them. Language. Record wildcards. Doesn't seem to like that too much. Did I miss the escape character? So it knows I'm in the pragma. Can I parse the language pragma? Starting with a capital letter. Dude, I'm so tired, bro. What was the difference there? Oh, space at the end. Okay. Cool. So we have this. I noticed there's not really a top entity defined there. I guess it's because you're not really just... These are not top entities inherently. You're using these elsewhere. So let's more go-to examples. Windows. What does this do? I have no idea. Elm temp. Taking some natural numbers. Rotated. Yeah, I'm not too sure what that's doing. So this is a little processor. It's got some assembly. It's got some constants. Where's your top entity? Top entity is ALU. So I guess this, you don't have to. This is what you do if you want. So the side's blinker. If you want to name your ports. So let's probably copy this one. Let's look at import clash prelude. Let's get clash Intel. If Intel is a Xilinx clock gen. Okay. Let's get synthesis attributes as well. So yeah, let's this is actually interesting. I guess we don't really want the clock domain because this isn't actually technically the clock entity because we're gonna have all these other the top entity. Let's ignore that for now. Let's ignore like these synthesis things for now. No, we're still gonna want a top entity. So what's our type here? Oh yeah, hidden reset clock enable, yeah. Oh, so this is already assigning them to pins. I don't think I want to go that far with the Reno. Thing, you can actually learn a lot just from these. Wow, okay. You can actually learn so much from this. So I gotta look up some of these pragmas. So what is there just a table with all of them? Haskell language pragmas. So I might have to look them up individually. We have Haskell pragma view pattern. It's view patterns? Pattern? You can pattern match against values of abstract types. So I read this. I'm not immediately aware of the utility. Or where this is used. Another thing with this, like, the library, your types are very kind of abstracted from you. That is, like, desirable, but I don't know whether, like, I don't really know, like, when I'm using, like, oh, Haskell stack. What this is. This is a GHC thing. Perhaps with, like, backend. Also been meaning to figure out how to get the chat to work. Let's pop it out. OBS display chat. Alright, looks a little complicated. Let's just do this. Pop out. Just always keep this on the left. Do this. Can make it skinnier. Perhaps we can do a window capture. Excuse me. Excuse me. What do I want? Probably this. Bleach now. Let's put it on my head. Let's do a... Dude, why is it telling me to be safe in my own chat, bro? Alright, I want to filter. So let's put some text in it. Looks like this. So we can cut the top off, the bottom off. Cut the top off about like 100, 200 perhaps. Or just be even more conservative. Let's do... Sorry, what's the difference in effect, filters, and what I just had? Filters. I thought I just did the crop pattern over and over. So let's sharpen it. Let's do a key out the black. Let's key out the black. Smoothness fine, sim. Do some sim. Full opacity. I don't care to change that too much. So let's also widen it. Okay, this actually solid here. Huh? Not responding. No, I just said it wasn't responding. It looks fine though. No, what is this? What is this? Wow. Okay, it's just not responding. I guess I'm gonna have to reset this. Or no, it's... Decided it was fine. That's curious. Still posting. Impressive that it's resilient in that sense. Alright, I think that's fine then. Kinda looks a little chopped, but I'm satisfied. So still getting a little caught up on boilerplate. That would be nice to know the inputs. The input is it's like I say stream, like a generic sense. Not sure what the stream. I'm not sure what I'm saying as a stream is actually best represented as in this case. Because if we had this global order type. So do you just subscribe to this? Like, how does this work? Mold UDP 64. Big Indian. Wait, that's kind of dope. So do you literally just subscribe to this? How does this work? Hmm. Где тариф, бля? Nasdaq H server. Buy Mac IPv4 UDP. Multi. Oh, let's go. Okay, so yeah, this is goated. Не надо на Discord. Give me a second. Log into this. Discord. Let me also see if chat knows how to just subscribe to some shites. Oh wait, is O1 out now? GPT is O1 out. Oh wow. The full ChatGPT O1 is out. What the? ChatGPT Pro is $200. Yeah, but that is crazy. Wow, that is insane. $200 a month? You're bugging, man. 200 a month is crazy, bro. But I actually respect that it exists. I feel like that is actually not horrible. Секундочку. The thing is, if this saves you like 4 hours a month, that's fucking good. Scheiße. Getting distracted. You don't walk in. So yeah, anyways, GPT, oh wait, I didn't even open the Discord to put this link in there the whole time. Trading. also need to look this up very quick. This resources content. This is a content. What is that? That's really annoying. Alright, pin here. Close here. Alright. HDL auto. Latency 14 nanoseconds. Oh, отлично! This is so clutch. Trading algorithm. Total feed. So you have this massive setup. So yeah, it's the total view itch file. All right, this is good. This is quite good. I need Discord again. All right, we'll just save this. This is insane here. So, wait, this is a girl. She already has this. So, hers is code gen, which is kind of crazy. Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. It's kind of crafty. So there's this massive XML. So these are enum instances. Ooh, wait, that's clutch. That's actually really clutch. No, that's insane. So I want to see the code gen. Did that work? I want to see the code gen. Itch. Wait, that's really smart. Last month? It's only a month old? Oh, wait. She was doing this right as... Oh, wait, this is a... Wait, this is a year ago. This is one commit from last month. Huh. It's interesting. Also appears to be multiple people working on this. But not really. What is V? That would just be Verilog. TVHV. So this is the H5. Alright. That's impressive. That is a lot going on. This is kind of... I see why the code gen is useful. Let's consider what the order book needs. So the order book is implemented as a buffer indexed by the price. So like, what's a good asset? So first off, let me go back to Jupyter. How do I subscribe to NASDAQ's ouch EDP for one asset? I want the itch 5.0. So there's these addresses. Broadcast, so how are these networks? How do you connect to them is the question. You have to... Oh, wait. Can I just casually run this? And just not care. So let's just try making bits.py. Got Python 3 on here. Oh, sweet. Or it was gonna be exit function. Python 3-h. Python 3 file. Python 3 test.py. Or sorry, this.py. pip3 install socket. Socket for underscore socket. Defaulting, could not find a version that satisfies the so pip3 Python. So let me read the error message because maybe I'm dumb. Oh wait, sock gay error. Name of service not known. Wait, .x, what the? This is literally right here, bro. What are you doing, huh? 0/25. Or to there. Sock bind. Name or service not known. Okay, the Python LSP is pretty good. Name or so. This file. Name or service not known. To name or service not known. Let's try the group. Really? Does that just work? how do I get data? Wait. Wait. Itch FPGA broadcast channel. That's crazy. What is that? They have this entire thing just for FPGAs, which... Here's what the difference is. I'm listening to it. That's kind of insane. Nasdaq trader. Why is my browser bricked? Disseminates data in an unshaped traffic pattern that reflects true market volumes. Oh, wait, so is this... What is this? Nasdaq total view. So yeah, I understand the protocols. The thing is, this isn't even from... Is this from Nasdaq? This is from Nasdaq. This is probably from Nasdaq Trader. Yeah. Yeah, this is from Nasdaq Trader. Client. So is client saying you buy this, or that you have a client connection to this? So you have re-requests. So you have to buy this. $25K a month. $25K a month. So like, how do they expect people to learn how to do this? Is there like a test feed? Test feed. So this is, what is this? This is a month of trades. So what do you download when you get this? Okay, so you're getting... So let me get back to Discord. One sec. So this would work. Can't really use the UDP part. Unless we boot up like a mock UDP server. Yeah, I'm not dropping 100 bands, sadly. But I think... it'd be fine to download this and turn it into like a stream. Midnight breakfast. What's the midnight breakfast? I'm gonna be too tired for that, bro. Oh, okay, it's in like a week. I'll do that. Alright, so this has gotten a lot more promising. We can have this. The main thing is converting this to UDP. Then like reading it back as UDP. So yeah, let's go back. So that is really cool. Cool enough to delete it instantaneously. So back to this. Our internal data type. So what do we have in these? We're trading one asset at a time. Give me that data bento back. So it looks like this. So R type. Every trade event tick by tick, that's trades. So instrument ID. You have an action, a side, price, flags, TS, and delta, symbol. Sequence. So let's see what this is. So time, stamp, receive. R type, publisher ID. So this is already parsed. I don't want it already parsed. Ermins may also use the software version of TotalView itch for fault tolerance. See, I don't really understand what the FPGA version is doing. Mode EDP64. So does she actually have the itch server, or is it just a test bench? Let's see, so what does the test bench do? This would be... It's gonna be an itch, but it's not actually there. How do you get like a test UDP NASDAQ itch stream? So that doesn't appear to be what I'm looking for. Oh, okay, sweet. So this is an FTP server. Okay, put me back where I was. That's pretty impressive. Measuring it from a file. So this kind of skips the UDP. Yeah, I really want to have like the whole system. Oh wait. Oh wait, this is already showing you how to do it. Okay. So this does appear to use UDP. Yeah, Ethernet. And this is where we just were. Okay, open a binary file dump. Name it this. Specify the location. Okay, that's smart. So you want one of the ish50 GZs. These are just random days. Which... Nasdaq itch. Nasdaq BX itch. Nasdaq itch. So let's look at the test bench. TB drives the output of the AXI stream interface connecting to the mold UDP module. Reads the file, makes a packet, breaks them into AXI payloads, drives them onto the AXI stream interface, produces the expected output of the itch decoder for each. Ah, okay. And she wrote that as well. So there's a lot going on here. Let's look at this. HFT_TB. Clock and resets. So this is a lot here. Have all these things. Loading the H50, or is that the... Okay, UDP, so it's doing UDP. AXI data. So HFT. HFT. So Nasdaq Edge server. You make orders on the Ouch server. You have the Glimpse server. So that doesn't exist right now. The Mac layer. I'm also, am I allowed to read this and be inspired by it and make something with a different license? What is a... Okay. Maybe we should do copyleft. Moving. I want to see this. Creative Commons 4.0 International License. Two. Why is this track so complicated, dude? Huh? So I should probably... probably just go with this, I guess. Maybe not, I don't even know, dude. This is just a waste of time. Now that I deleted the first one, I kinda gotta do another one. Dude, this is kind of curious. You got this all has private use and patented use. That just looks like the same thing. I kind of mess with copyleft. Just do this one. I don't want to pull request, dude. Oh. Squash and merge, go, 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 go. New merge experience. Oh, it's on to me. Why is this license so massive, dude? I'm not reading it. What if you just made an infinitely long license that you couldn't actually read the entire thing, so nobody could actually license your software? Hey, Gleam roadmap just dropped. Alright, you stop messing around. Need to write this. Need to hop on the Gleam programming language, work on that. Just go right in there real quick. I've just been twiddling my thumbs real quick. Alright. So, let's just write the circuit. So what do we have? This will have a parameter for buffer size. So we'll probably wrap the FIFO. Or we'll wrap the block RAM. This already wraps the block RAM. Internal. Which one is... What's the difference here? This one's Berkeley's software distribution too. Flash cores, the Xbox. But what's the difference in Blackbot? What's that? DC FIFO internal. FIFO generator. Oh wait, that's a FIFO subblocker. Black box versus internal. An internal representation of a true dual port block RAM. They have a global enable signal. Write enable. Update RAM. TDP RAM. Black smack it is. So we need this order type. Dude. How do you own like 300 years old, bro? Makes us so dumb. Need to put a copy left license on that, bro. So I'm done with all this. Let's get this under. So I'm not really too sure what these are doing. Used. Arguments used by this black box. It's called stack. Instantiate IP. So it is IP. TDP baram. Clash makes a TCL script. Floating point. Okay. Troll do port block, man. Okay. Blockbox is a way to integrate custom or vendor-specific hardware components. By defining a black box, you inform Clash to treat certain functions modules as opaque entities. Mapping them to... Okay. That's kind of dope. Which code snippet defines the internal logic. Merging enables signals, handling byte enables, and updating random content. Okay, so this allows you to interface with it. T defined in the black band to be configured. Okay, so this, okay. Address width, data width, okay. Okay, that's actually dope. Finds the properties. VRAM IP core. Yeah, that makes sense. TDP, BRAM, TCOTF. Vado uses this to instantiate the core, integrating it seamlessly. That's actually awesome. Define the size, buffer size, of data structure order. Data structure. Okay. Bit pack instances. Oh yeah, order. Yeah, that's what we're making. Okay. So it's actually just a quantity. So if we look like a NASDAQ viewer, book viewer. NASDAQ. Dude. NASDAQ book lot. So I'm just trying to get a feel for how deep it is.
It's all about knowing, is it
whack, right? So
$1.85?
Why does this look like trash? Book viewer. So I want to see
Okay, I'm gonna buy 100 shares. I'm gonna click
the depth in real life. This looks like trash, bro. This looks like butt, bro. Looks like it was made in '08. What's another exchange? like this. Let me see its price and cents on 1032. What is the logic to split it up like that? Why? That's really weird. Yeah, that looks good to me. No, that did not. Or yeah, that's actually. Let me just effectively put that there. Order, so. I'm just gonna increment, yeah. So we can actually do this in parallel. We get the stream in very fast. We split it up to match whatever size this is. We don't need. How does that? How are we gonna make this like atomic? Because if you're just adding. Could have a bit input from each. Yeah. So imagine the stream is faster than this. Split the stream. So the stream is faster. You split the stream. Say the stream is twice as fast. Split it into two. Parse. So you have these two. Then each. Oh, it's dual ported. Oh, it's dual ported, so you can write and read. Same time. I'm gonna write to two at once. Have like a writer where you combine them. That's a bit iffy. I'm not sure how that would work. TDP BRAM. So if I want to use this, do I just copy paste it like Clash cores? Is there a README in here? I get something from Foam Space Corp. Amaranth HDL contributors. Doc. For real. I'm getting ready to eat something in a second. Yeah, so I'm gonna eat right quick. Let's turn this on. YouTube.
No, I've never hunted
up?
Frankfurt
Shut
as
up.
far as I know.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this. And it's
I watch
Okay,
some
we
poker
turn the
videos.
River the 9, so I'm probably just going to check this back. I don't really see any reason for betting it. Oh, no, he leads. Okay, fun decision. Hmm. I'm not confident. I'm going to fold. Not happy about it.
yeah, interesting
But-
spot. So pre-flop here, villain limps, and we're a bit distracted here because I was asking you about the connection and things like that off video. But I think when there's a limp small blind from a 31 VPIP and it's probably a recreational player, unless you know this to be a reg that plays a limp game, I don't think you did.
No, just
Then
random.
right, so then my default in this spot is always to raise like any hand with even remotely decent prospects. Like in theory, we would want to be a bit polarized here, and Jack 9 off is probably a very good example of a hand that would want to check theoretically. But I think in practice, we're very rarely being limp 3-bet. Like the 3-bet in position node is good for us, where we 3-bet an opener. The raising the small blind limper node is just a very naturally high EV spot in the game tree, where they're going to call a lot and then fold the flop, they're going to call a lot and play transparently, or they're going to fold pre, and we kind of just like mop up a lot of EV with almost any hand in these spots. So I just make that your default play, just to raise 4x and be done with it pre. This hand got really weird, yeah, so my first thought is that when they call the flop over bet, it's probably most turn spots are likely going to be underfolded, I think, after that. The king is a bit different, though. The king is definitely like a scare card to a lot of pocket pair, 7x, ace high. You might get some folds on this card. I don't mind the turn barrel too much at all with the equity, but I would want to be more equity driven. I would want at least a gutter, I think, to do that after the flop over bet got called. And then the river, yeah, we face a half pot lead here. What were your thoughts on the river? Because you were unsure. You did settle on fold. Was there anything there that you didn't articulate that you'd like to say now about like why you came to that decision?
I don't know. I thought that generally like overbet. I mean, we did have the gut shot on the turn, to the 10 for a little straight, but yeah, when he leads for half, I mean, it's one of those lines where either it's always value or it's always bluff. Like I struggle to believe that it would be, bluffed at a perfect frequency,
Yep.
for that kind of node.
Yep.
And when I think about he's calling an overbet and then he's calling a turn bet of B75, I struggle to find the hands that didn't at least find, like, I guess 5-6 is a straight. I struggle to find the hands that don't have at least some showdown. Like any open-ended now just has obviously a pair, which I'd assume would be checking, like if you had 10-9. And then it kind of comes down to, okay, well, what are his bluffs in this range? I couldn't really think of any on the spot. That's why I kind of stuttered and was unsure.
Yeah.
I think it would be close in theory, probably call or fold. But I just think it's probably slightly under bluffed, I would assume. I mean, he would have to really be merging here, like ace jack, maybe ace 10.
Right. Yeah. So I think the times we win here it comes from merges mostly, and it comes from higher up merges than that had a reason to stick around until this point. So I think the times we win, it's because villain has like ace 7 or pocket 5s and it's just playing in some kind of like erratic fish way. But we already do know that this is a looser looking fish from just the line that's been taken so far. The VPIP is some sort of clue. That said, I can get on board with fold here. It's very much post filtering, meaning like villain is filtered multiple times. The river has then removed, as you say, the natural combos of air that would be like jack 10 maybe, or 6-5 or something like that, or 10-6. They're all gone. The 9 has hit a pair. Yeah, I can see folding on this river, but I do think I think folding's fine, but I think the times we win it's just because villain has like 5s that has like lost its mind, and there'll be some amount of that, but I think you're right that the combination of just too much filtering and the board running out to complete everything is just too much of a double whammy for us to want to call. But if we do win, it'll be against 4s or something, probably.
Cool. Easy.
Okay, so we missed the start of this hand there because we paused, but basically we have open to hijack being called by big blind, and we overbet the flop on ace king 7. Up to you to decide turn queue.
We're just going to be checking. Just checking. I mean, look, without the heart, it's probably a decent continue. Yeah, nothing to do here, but unfortunately, we're just going to lose the pot here. We could probably bluff raise some of the time, but I'm not too confident in that line. The wet's been filtered, so I'm just going to fold.
Okay, so
do you want me to go through the thought process for the?
yeah, well,
flop since we missed
let's.
it, or?
Well, yeah, you can give people a quick synopsis of what's going on flop here.
Yeah. All right, cool. So I opened up in the hijack to 2 big blinds, and we get a call from the button. King 7 ace, very, very good board for our range. So I'm generally going to just stick to big bets, over bets mainly, I prefer on this kind of texture. So I just overbet. I think it's pretty standard still with like a lot of gut shots here and like good ace X. Even start doing it with some like small pocket pairs, flush draws. Like there's a lot of stuff that you get to fold, which is good because it's denying equity. And obviously we only have queen high, and just puts a lot of his range into a tough spot and gets a lot of folds.
Yeah, I think it's also important to say that he doesn't have top 2 or top set or second set on this specific texture, and that's why ace king rag specifically is one of these like bigger nut advantage, just to be really precise here with our lingo spots, and that's why overbet is a decent thing here. So villain calls, the turn is an ace. What do you think theory is going to do here from a construction standpoint? Like, how's it going to build its strat? And then do you have any thoughts exploitatively in this spot?
I think it's probably just going to stick to like big bet again and really push that. Like we don't really want to be like merging and trying to get like value with our king X. Like I think we just want to really be solidifying our like value and getting lots of money with that. Like let's say if we had a set of kings here and they have ace X, we wanted to be piling in money. We don't want to be dinking around with like a B33 or anything like that and get like a small pot. Like we want to play a big pot, and if they fold, it's whatever. They just didn't have the hand to be able to call it. But when they do call it, generally we are just going to call her and get a whole bunch of money rather than just winning like a 100 big blind pot. We're going to win a 200 big blind pot. With the queen jack, it's nice actually not having the heart, I think, because obviously we unblock his flush draws that could float. So I don't think it would hate betting, because obviously we still do have equity, but the ace pairing at the top is kind of bad, because obviously it's less combos of aces, ace king that we can have, and a7. So yeah, I opted for a check this time, but if you rolled low or you just felt aggressive and you thought they were going to be a weak player, I think doing a big bet would be more than okay. Whether that's a B75 or an overbet, it doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah. So yeah, I think there is a place for B75 in your strategy, and there's also a place for an overbet. The overbet range is going to be bolts. I don't know if ace king like overbets here, or whether it says a blocker blah 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 size down. I would think king X folds to most sizes on turn anyway, so I don't think ace king is like a negative blocker that's really relevant. So I could see ace king, maybe ace queen, pocket sevens, ace 7, etc. going for an overbet here. I could see ace queen, ace jack, like your better ace X going for a big bet here. Maybe a king has to call at some frequency, and so do weaker aces. And I think that the natural leak I would see in this spot from a student is that they're not aggressive enough in this spot against regs specifically. So I think against fish, like we do just want to play pretty straightforward here. Like we are going to face an over continue most of the time. If we overbet, they're unlikely to fold an ace, so we should probably build that around value. But against a reg or someone that could be a reg, I think it makes some sense to make sure that we do find some bluffs on this node, because we're not going to be perceived to be bluffing a lot here. And if we do overbet this turn and jam the river, I think there's quite a bit of fold equity against ace X here in a regs game, because if we project ourselves into villain shoes here and we say, how would you feel, Hugh, if you called a turn overbet and villain 2x pot, shoved the river for the rest? You're probably feeling sick with an ace 8 or whatever, and you're probably folding a lot of your ace 8, ace 9, ace 10, ace jack combos at that point, right?
100%. It definitely would be very indifferent, if not probably lean towards the fold.
Yeah.
You have to find a very like competent player to be able to find that node and actually actively continue the line and not, have that second thought that's like, oh, no, stop, I don't want to lose money.
Yeah, because it is just losing to call that down against an unknown. It might be winning against a really aggro player or a really competent player, as you say, but it's probably losing against an unknown. So one thing that I think you can work on here is being a bit hungrier. Well, first off, you were a bit disgusted on the turn, and I think your initial being revolted reaction kind of overrode your thought process on the turn, which is normal here. This happens to most poker players. But it's about feeling that disgust and then saying, wait a minute, is this true and is this useful? And I think the answer is that the disgust is not true, because there is still decent fold equity in this spot. And it's also not useful because it's kind of a knee-jerk reaction to the visual representation of the opponent having trips. I think that's generally what happens here on this turn. And then we can kind of like feel that, but not really act on it, and then override it and rewire. I think that's a good way to go. And then the other thing to say here is just that we can be a bit hungrier for making people fold further up into their range. This is another thing that I was talking to Ben Abadbeat about recently when we did a sweat session. I was very hungry to make people fold the bottom of their range. I was attacking capped ranges a lot. And he kind of said, well, if you are using overbet turn in the spot like this, for example, and then jam river, we're actually getting hungry now against ace X. We're actually not just asking people to fold a king or whatever, but we're actually asking them to fold ace 8 and ace 9 and ace 10 and ace jack. And why wouldn't they when that hand's a bluff catcher? Now, against a whale, against a station, we need to be super careful. Someone said on YouTube earlier, oh, this line doesn't work against stations, it'll get you killed, when I ran a bluff. And I was like, what a redundant and absolutely useless thing to say. Oh, your bluff isn't good against this station. Wow, thank you for the amazing coaching, my guy. All right, let's jump back in if you're happy with that feedback.
Yeah. Just because I'm interested to see where the hand goes. Not really loving it. Don't think there's much we can do here.
So we completed here? Limit pot, or was it min raised?
So it was min raised from
Min
the
raised.
hijack and the button called. I think here is pretty close between call or fold. I called just for the content.
Yep.
I don't think I'd ever play a 3-bet here, especially with this kind of hand. I think it wants to be a little bit more polarized and less mergy into two people.
Well,
but yeah, I think you go.
Sorry, yeah, I was just going to say, like, I think I would never fold. I think just being involved with 10-9 of those bottles is clearly winning, right? So fold isn't on my radar. I do think 3-bet's viable as well. And the reason I think it's viable is if you think about, don't think so much in terms of like polar, like this being mergy, because this is 10 high, right? Like, while it does have the ability to flop quite nicely and stuff like that, you're also small blind against 2 in position players. And that's going to mean that you do need a lot of playability and like good stuff going on in order to squeeze. Like, you can't squeeze king 3 suited here, right? Like, it's just not okay. It's not a good enough hand to do it. So you will be somewhat linear with your squeezing range. But more to the point, if you make people fold when you have 10 high, when you have 10-9, you make them fold like ace jack off, you make them fold ace 10 off, you make them fold ace 9 suited, you make them fold queen 9 suited. You actually make them fold the hands that dominate you, and then you're rather live against the hands that call you, like eights or ace king or something like that, right? So it sucks to get 4-bet, sure, but I would see this as like viable to 3-bet or viable to call for those reasons. I wouldn't think so much in terms of being like really polar in that spot.
Fair. I think for what it's worth, I would probably be more inclined to 3-bet the 6-5s and the 7-6s suited, all that 5-4 suited. Just because it's kind of out of the way of the others. Like 10-9 is kind of one of those hands where kind of blocks more of those middle cards, I guess, more to say. Like, we don't have the low stuff, which completely unblocks, and they can start having the ace 10s, the ace 9 suited, stuff like that. While, the 6-5s and 7-6s really do that well. And I think from like a board coverage perspective, a lot of the hands that I would be 3-betting are a lot of those like suited broadways, queen jack suited, king jack suited, jack 10 suited even. I think 10-9 suited is just a little bit too like in the way, I would guess. And that's what I mean more so by it's kind of middling more so. So I don't hate the 3-bet. I would personally prefer doing it with the lower cards, like ideally 6-5. That's my favorite. And then, the 5-4, 6-7. And that way, if we do get 4-bet, there is still some incentive to be able to call and just play pot if we still need to. While if we had 10-9, I guess you could still call if they 4-bet 10-9 suited.
I think whether you call or not, though, like, you're going to be really break even anyway, like in these spots with these hands. I'm not really worried about whether the hand swings to like just being a profitable call against the 4-bet or just being a losing call. Like, if it's losing, we should fold it. If it's calling and winning a tiny bit, we should call it. I don't think there's enough of an EV swing there where that influences my decision that much. I'm just kind of going off of like, big blind versus cutoff or something. You can 3-bet a lot of 10-9 suited, and you fold out a lot of hands that dominate you and are good, and you survive well in a 3-bet pot. And I wouldn't overcomplicate here. I think we're getting into like some quite nitty-gritty factors that are quite complicated. And I would rather not like compare 10-9 to 6-5 so much as I would just say, would Equilibrium mind 3-betting my hand? And if it wouldn't, then I'm only going to not 3-bet it if I can find a factor that's outside of Equilibrium that makes me not want to 3-bet it, like an exploitative factor. And I don't really have one of those, so I'd rather just say, if anything, I think I get under 4-bet when I squeeze, which actually makes me quite like the 3-bet branch here. But I think call's okay as well. Right, let's move on to flop, where we check and we face a stab by button. What would theory do here? Like, what would be your raises, do you think, in a 3-way spot here? How would that change compared to heads up?
Oh gosh, that is a good question. What would my raises be here? So B15 is 2 people. I generally will assume that's more of like a B75. I don't think it would be playing a lot of raises multi-way. I would probably still flat 7s here a lot of the time. I honestly don't think I would play a raise, just because I guess it's the buttons doing it's not the car. Yeah. I don't look. I think raising is okay, and then obviously, I guess just a lot of the like bluff raises would be from like ace 5, ace 3 suited. Any combo, I don't really think it matters too much if it's diamond spade or one of the ones that aren't on the board. I think there's all incentives for either. And then like I guess 5s, 6s, and it's kind of one of those merge bets, But shout out to the cash injection, bluff raising those, but that's more a 3-bet pods, I guess that works.
Yeah,
I think, I don't know. I don't think I would really play any raises here. I think you could argue obviously like A7s. If you had like 8s here or 9s, you could for a bit of protection. But I think it's probably just easier multi-way at least to just have, at least from what I found, it's much better to have a super strong hand multi-way that you like slow play, and then obviously like on devastating cards you can get away from on a smaller pot. But there's no reason to build the pot so big when there's still 2 more cards to come and it is multi-way and the other guy is still uncapped to a degree. Like he has just opened. This guy's been the one that's bet. If I raise, he's still uncapped. He still has 7s. He still has 2s. He still has 4s. At least at some frequency. Aces, kings. If I'm playing A7 like that. So I don't think there's really incentive multi-way to be raising. If it was a heads up, you could argue a little bit more towards those A7 to some degree, 8s, 9s, mergy kind of like 4s, poke 4, poke 5, sorry, poke 6s, and then just start raising like 7s and 4s and 2s. Obviously.
Yeah, that's a good answer. Like I think multi-way, that's right. Like we drop a lot of the mergy stuff because the button is just going to be way more polar when they stab half pot into 2 people than if they just c-bet in a heads up pot, and there is the other uncapped or ostensibly uncapped range behind you as well. That doesn't, I wouldn't like leap to the conclusion from that we don't have a raising range. I think if we do have all of the combos of 4s and deuces and 7s here, which I think we do, I think we have like 9 combos of sets on this node. We're not really 3-betting those. We're not really folding those for min. I think we are incentivized to build a polarized raising range. It's just far more polar than the merged one. Now, if we're doing that, we probably would have gutters and the best backdoor overcard combos in there, and 10-9 of spades, I would guess, is going to be good enough for that job at some frequency. And then the question is, like, do I want to do that in practice? And I think the answer is, it's not obvious to me that you don't want to do that in practice, because I think when you start raising here, again, we can get a bit hungry here, and we can say, well, button doesn't cold call 4s and deuces, right? They might have 7s, but they probably don't have a ton of sets here. And how does button feel if they get check raised in a 3-way pot here by the small blind, and then we like bomb the turn for an overbet? And I think it's a decent fold equity spot. So again, I think you're being a bit quick maybe just to dismiss bluffing and going after like further up parts of people's ranges in some of these situations, and we can just maybe like put our radar onto that a bit more. I'm not saying that like this is an amazing spot to raise flop, but I don't think it's a snap fold. I think it should be like on the radar that this could be in a hand we could do.
We're
it with,
definitely
for sure.
skimmed over my hand at least. I mean, skimmed over my head. All right, so Queen 8 offsuit, gonna raise that one blind versus blind. I think on this flop we can go for small bet or check. So I'm gonna roll, and I rolled low, so I'm just gonna do a small bet this time. I don't see any incentive doing more than like a B33. With my range, probably most. Yeah, okay, this is gonna be interesting, I guess. So we get raised B50. I mean, think if we want to play raises, definitely don't. Definitely not gonna fold top pair here when we have a gut shot. Gonna have a 5 on the turn. There's still flush draws available that which we unblock. Still have that gut shot. So we're going to check this one over, and he should be playing like an overbet here, I would assume. Yeah, cool. All right. So slightly more than a B125, B150, and I think this is where we just fold the hand, since we don't have like a draw to the nut. If we had like nut flush draw, would be a lot more incentivized to call.
Yeah, well played. I don't think there's any reason to continue that part of range on turn. Like, we have so many 2-pair there. We have some straight slow plays, some set slow plays. Sometimes we have like the pair plus the open ender. Like if we were defending Queen 8 there, having already filtered by bet calling flop, I think we'd be like over defending to the overbet. And if anything, my rule is like, let's call this offsuit straight theorem. When offsuit straights are possible, you're fucked. So, you know, fold. It's just too hard to overbluff when offsuit straights are in your value range, because they are like literally everywhere, right?
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more difficult. But I guess it means you overfold. And I guess the B150 as well is probably another reason to overfold.
Yeah, I'd lean over bluffed. I mean, sorry, I'd lean under bluffed if I had to like say what Pool was doing there, but I think your hand's a theory fold. Okay, let's talk about King 7.
Yes, pretty much just checking most of my range. Out position most of the boards, other than very specific boards. Gonna go for another check here just because the king's good, but like you gotta have some, you know, little bit of traps, gotta protect the range a bit. I would bet it probably some of the time, and I would bet probably B75. I think now we just clear value bet. I'm gonna go a bit greedy and go for a B150. Okay. No action. Yeah, so the premise of that is just making sure we check out of position on a lot of boards, especially I see at least lower stake players and especially live players. They have this kind of thought process of, I'm the pre-flop aggressor, therefore I need to continue, like I need a 100% c-bet just to, I don't know, I actually don't know their reason. They just think that because they bet pre-flop, they have to continue the betting on the turn, and they've received so many folds and all that. When in reality, it's not the best range for us. Like obviously we have a lot of like big cards, but we also have just a lot of like middling kind of things, which we're not too happy about putting money in with. And obviously there's still 2 more streets to come. They could just effectively, if they know that we're betting 100% of our range, float any 2 cards with just the preemptive thought that, hey, we're going to check a lot of our range on turn, and therefore they can just bluff any 2 cards, and we have to fold so much, and we've lost additional money. On that king turn, where there is now the flush draw, obviously we block the back door, which is, you know, neither here nor there. I would probably be going for like a B75 or a check. Probably checking the majority of my range, obviously, still. And I'm going to probably chuck a lot more of those kind of average king X's. So ace king, I'd be a lot more incentivized to bet and, you know, hope that they have a king and get a bit of money that way. But when we have like a middling king, they could still have like king 9 suited here for some reason, or like king jack off that didn't 3-bet it or fold or whatever. We don't really know what he is. He's a not full stack, so I'm assuming a weaker player, and they're generally going to have that kind of mergy calling range. So we're still not like too happy about piling money in here. And if we bet and then check the river, they can just absolutely take us to pound town. So just double checking for protection, obviously just doing a check call. by that river, though, we filtered out enough. They have a lot of pocket pairs they can call with. They might, I don't know, hero call with an ace high. So just getting greedy and hungry, as Pete would say, going for that B150.
It is nearly lunchtime here, so definitely killing me hungry. Yeah, I think on turn, the way you're playing there makes a lot of sense in theory, like just going for like a big bet or check on this particular card, because most of your pairs, like jacks, tens, queens, are not desperate to block or anything like that. I don't think you have a range that's like screaming out the block. You have a bit of sevens and eights that doesn't mind it, but yeah, I don't think building block in theory is that necessary here with the delayed c-bet line. You can just go for big bets and checks on this card. However, in practice, you might come up with an argument like, well, it's a cold calling 21 VPIP passive looking guy, so it could just be higher EV to go block here rather than check on turn. That's one way that I might actually just say, okay, I've got a default plan for theory, but I might just like adapt it in game. And I think if there's one like sort of general bit of advice I could give you is that it's great that you have these default toolkits and you have these like, you know, macro approaches to spots, but feel free to just then say, however, in a vacuum here, I'm just going to take this line with this hand and be a bit more sort of willing to do that against a guy with only 75 big blinds or whatever. Like, don't feel like handcuffed that you can't do that or anything. But yeah, it's not clear. I think check's still very reasonable here. It's not like it's a big thing.
I would probably be 75 on those kind of middling boards. I think.
All right. Put this little dish up. All right, back to this. So I was reading here. This would be really cool. I was a medical doctor and also got a CS master's. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. These guys are crazy, dude. Okay. So, hmm. Hmm. Not to numb. Huh? But I said antonym? Bruh. What is the type of this? Alright, so I don't really know which NAT type to use. Let's purge some tabs. Dude, what? Not to none at n. No instance for none. That's not n0. Is it a type? Yeah, what? Okay, maybe these should be types. This shouldn't be a type. Where's the goal that it makes it editable and Hmm. So, also in here, I'm gonna want the VRAM. Slash lib 120. Huh. What is this about? Slash lib. What is this? This is block RAM. This is. What is this? Did you use this? See, the parse error is gonna break everything. No, it still depends on it. Dude, what? Oh wait, it has Clash Course. That's dope. So we actually don't need that. Okay, that makes some more sense. I'm gonna import Clash dot Xilinx. Collection of IP cores. Import. Hmm. many of these do we need? What's the width of this that we want? Wow. So you literally just call a function blocker. You have an address signal, a right. So you have a tuple, the right address and the value to right. Oh, so it's dual ported. Okay. And the value from the previous clock cycle. What does NB? Notable behavior. Has call stack. So here the has call stack value is replicate D32 0. Rid datter. Ah, that's big brain. Okay, so we have order book. What is N here? N. So it takes a vector of instructions. So this takes a signal. So this will take a signal DOM with what on it? What are we outputting? We are outputting, or input is a stream of orders. Output signal. We are outputting. What are we outputting? What are we outputting? Have the order book. What do you want to output? What is the output of an order book? Hmm. Let's output the price. What is it? What was Jippity saying? It's outputting best bid and best ask. Let's say we have this. Write enable. Price and quantity. Read enable. Price. And then you have a tuple with the two. You have a tuple of two domains. So hidden clock reset enable. Hidden clock reset enable. Price quantity. Read price. Yeah, that's super stupid. But don't we want to encapsulate all of that? We'll have the order book in memory. No. So clock reset enable, hidden clock reset enable down there. Have enable's already here. This doesn't make sense, but that's fine. Right price. So you don't write a quantity, you increment a quantity. So that's in the order type. So that's encoded in this. Then in DOM B, hidden clock reset enable. Best bid ask. So you're not actually reading a price. Read enable. So read enable and read price. We could just make it queryable. So in order, because you can also have a it's like a delta quantity. That's how we should interpret this. You just give it a quantity delta. So we take in orders, and we're just gonna keep the best bit mask. So I'm satisfied with that. Order book IO. Order. So we gotta write apply delta, apply DQ to VRAM. So we can just save. We could have like a spread register. We could have like a best bid ask register. So we'll do the best bid ask. Spread. Hmm. Sense. In order stream out best current best bid and ask and then current spread. Okay. I should change this. Huh? we can just remove this. Sure. Right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So take these cups. Где мои трошки? Ебать. get back into it. Okay. So this was kind of some BS. N bytes for quantity delta. I guess that's one way to do it. So let's see if it understands what interface I'm trying to make. Yeah. Have a buff size. Int. I think it should not be that much. I think it should be D224. That's what you need. That's not it. Yeah. Index width. Int index width. Let's go to base SNet. Just look at log. Log 2 bnet? I'm sure what bnet is. Buffer size. Does that work? Language server is bricked. Because this file isn't even a part of it. Da, 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 da. Okay, we'll return the tuple. Why is the parser so trash, dude? Oh, okay, it's at the bottom. So order is gonna be the tuple, best bid, ask out, spread out. I like that. Where what? Set up VRAM. N bytes, int, n bytes equals 4. A equals system clock gen, clock B is equal to system clock gen. What is this? And A is equal to enable gen. And B is equal to enable gen. So these are the inputs to the memory device. So this is what we're talking about here. Async ROM. We need true dual port, bruh. Da -da -dum -dum. New EP replicate. Where's it writing to this? Mem out. Block RAM. Instantiated it with a block RAM. Memory out of registers. You have a read address. Right, maybe. Data out. Maybe your write address with data in. TDP RAM. This one has an explicit clock. This is probably what we want, actually. let's go in here and do known domain dom. For all n adders, domain MBA. Not sure where it's getting this suffix from, but known that, okay. Couple of two signals. Instantiated. Number of addresses. Use some Ramox. Been on for about 3 hours. I get out some poker in a minute. No, that's not how that works. So this should be. So let's go back to this system. Let's go to a new system. So we have the order book. So on one hand, order stream. And what are we effectively getting out of this? You use this to determine the state of the market. So in our example, we're doing moving averages. We want the best bid. Yeah, is it based? I'm not talking about days. So he's probably talking about, let's say it's ask price. Best ask. And deep. And spread. And bid. How's that? So that's not very good wording. Nth deepest ask. M. The mth deepest bid. I think this is solid. To start at least. And so what does this look like on the RAM, reported RAM? Every cycle? Hmm. Scheiße! How do you do this? Price. It's indexed by the price. It's indexed by the price. So you need this to, you're using this to determine not only the price, but also like because really this is more of like a data structure than a core in itself. So other than the dual ported RAM, what is this data structure? So really what the base of the order book is? So this is the right side. You write a price. So the problem with writing a quantity is that you have to update the quantity. So when we have a new price, N, price N. When you have this, you index. So this is coming in. And on the read side, you query a price. And you get it, man. Yeah. Right. You just keep writing this. The one problem is that writing a price, you're actually incrementing the price. yet. So the spread, so asks are negative. Bids are positive. There's the itch. Only supports 1 microseconds. Let's go to the scale of 100. So, -8. 1 to the -8. 1 times 10 to the -8 seconds. This is 6. So this is like 100 clock cycles. So this is like matching. It's wrong. Data bento. So looking into this, NASDAQ itch mold UP64 message. So this is just the UDP part. Within the mold UDP64 part is itch. So where is like an order? Like the order stream. Trade. Let's look at Cynthia itch ouch GitHub. Filter. Trading algorithm. There's gonna need to be a bit more going on here. So maybe that does need to be more complex. So this is really just the networking stuff. Like, what's the strategy here? Ethernet edge lid. H out. ETH. Utils. I don't think it exists yet. Hmm. Quite tired right now. So I don't think this person has strategy. So there's really a bunch of different types of orders. They're sharing the orders along with their IDs. I'm gonna cancel them. Where's all the stuff, bruh? $19.00 for ad order. So you have an ask side and a bid side. One symbol. VRAM. In comes the market data parser. Oh. Scheiße. So let me see this protocol again. Order executed. And you have a reference number. Hmm. Init. RAM controller, there's memory, application layer, register pace. I think I'm also naive to just the pure amount of power in these. And how far the logic, look at the lookup tables in Fabric go. Ooh, this is kind of complicated, bruh. Okay. So I gotta parse these into commands. I'm getting tired, dude. We need these to be commands. So the side, how does the side? How does sides resolve? So we're gonna have these reference numbers. So you have add order. So you kind of need to keep track of all your orders. Because people cancel orders and junk. Okay. So you got a message type. So this kind of will go in the H parser. Stock locate. 1 sec. But that's just for the price, yeah. So you have constant price lookup at depth. But you still need an order book that has all the orders in it. Quite We'll update this. We'll make this the book manager. So this is more of like a it's like a quick inner book. We'll have like some registers here that accumulate the circular buffer price thing. Then in here we'll have top. Right, H parser, fixed parser. We can probably get this out of here. Alright. So, been working on this for a while. I'm also like kind of zoning out. I feel like I'm about to fall asleep. Almost 5 hours on the stream. I'm gonna stop it, take a shower, just honestly just like walk around, and I'll be back. No, I had that on the whole time. That's tough.